Now, for another weird video, let us just do some Swift to learn on this Codecademy course. Swift is a modern programming language developed by Apple. This general-purpose programming language is fast and powerful without sacrificing safety or readability. Swift is a great language to learn for those interested in iOS and Mac OS development, as well as anyone who's just starting to code. So it's easy to learn, it's the basic of the language, it has nothing special about it. And that's about it. Type safe, how to type it? Well, we are about to see. It's a language just used by Apple. iOS, it's obviously Apple OS, the operational system used on mobile phones and devices. The Mac OS is the PC device for it. Now, like every language, it starts with the hello world. Let's hello.swift. This is a program. As you can see, it calls a function, which we're going to learn what a function is. The function print, and it passes the hello world message. The single line, different from C, which it's a shitty ton of lines just to set up the main for it. Okay. The instruction is just to run it. You don't need to understand anything for now. And it will appear on this terminal. If we look at it here. Now you can go next. So we have learned how to print things. And if we print it like that, it will output like that. And obviously it will be on the order. You read the code. It reads from the upper part down. And it wants to output this exactly how it is. And to do that, you obviously need for print messages with those numbers. But let me see if I can get a special. It's not reading this. Oh, it read it. Okay. How do I comment this out? Okay. Let us try like this. Now, I output as they told me to. Oh, what did I not? Flags one here. Okay. And it accepted it. That's impressive. If you get the hint, it probably tell you to put on the spaces and use multiple print statements. But what I did instead was to use this signal. This means jump a line, go to the next line, without breaking the statement. This is not a good practice. Let's show this how. Comment. Now it is teaching you how to comment. You can pause and read it if you like this. But as you just saw, I commented. And comment has two basic functions. The main one is just comment. This does this thing. Okay, and so you are explaining what your code does, because once you are at thousands of lines, you better have some commenting to know what is happening there. And the way it is actually used the most is to comment things out, as I just did on the previous one. You can naturally comment several lines of code like this. Close it if you do not want to spill out. Okay, let's practice adding a command. Create a single line comment with this followed by your favorite emoji. And then type the following. Put a level in here. Let us print Codecademy. Now it has no ending. That's very bad. Typed language. You usually close your statements with this. Let's move on. It's not here. Why don't you not do that? Whoa, we have written a few Swift programs. So you have learned the general purpose. No, I did not learn that. And I learned to use the printf statement. That is true. And how to comment things out. Before we move on, let's write a letter to your future self. In letter.swift, let's add the following. Goals for yourself, name and date. Click run to mail the letter. P.S. This letter will be returned when you complete the course. Dear self, this language probably sucks. Because it would need to use this thing to be cool. But it's not one of the cool languages. There's some quiz if you get a pro. And the next lesson thing is on variables. That thing brings the real world on a screen, and you usually use more complex values you can pause and read, but it tells you about these things. An integer, which is a number, a double, which is a number, a fractionary number, it takes bigger numbers. A string is a sequence of characters. It's actually a complex one, it's not a normal type. There is a type called character, which is a single letter, and several of these make a string. A string is an array, but it's so common and so used it became one of the common types. And a boolean is a true or false value. You use it for conditionals and things that you're going to see. And logic gate, what you write. Now it is teaching us how to write a variable. Write your code below. To write a variable, you use a keyword. In the case of this language, is the var keyword. So that's a very bad practice if it's not hard-coded, if you not put a name and things. Score. You choose any name for the variable, and you make it equal to something. So you do not close it, and you do not hard type the kind of variable beforehand. Yeah, that sucks. It tells us to declare a variable named year and the value of the current year. We are in the future now. Did not like my year declaration. Output year using things. So print year. So I can assign it here. And See, it printed different ears because I changed the value of the variable. And I do not know how to write a do while loop here. Well, let us... Nah. Variable expected after do. So you call it do with this. Okay. Let's try again. Use repeat while. So the do while does not exist here. This operator does not exist either. Okay. Repeat. Let us try the repeat. Well, it worked. So this shows better how it actually works. I declare my variable with this number and I printed it. Then I changed the value and printed the same thing here. And now I made this repeat. While the year is below 20, it repeats this. What it does. Prints the year and then it adds one value to that year. So now year increased 1, year is 2. So it will print 2 and it will repeat because it's less than 20. And so it will add one more and print again 3 and repeat because it's still under 20. So that's a little advanced, but we are going to see that soon. Okay, arithmetic operations. You can actually use arithmetic operations like, well, plus, less, multiplication, division. And this modulo, which is quite nice, it's found on many languages, but it's not found on actual much of mathematics. Operations such as power, on the other hand, suck. Really stink to do here. Okay, we are not used it so much as the others. You usually have to call functions to do that. So they have declare the variable amount over there. And they want a new variable called tip. And the tip is the same as amount times 0.2. So it is 20% of the amount is the tip. It's a 20% tip. How do I run again? There's a shortcut. And now I have to print out tip. How much is the tip? The tip is 20% of it. Let's out to the side. Compound assigned operation. Sometimes the value of our variables need to be adjusted. So you can add to it naturally. I can declare a variable age as it says here. I can put age plus 1. So age is equals age plus 1. Or you can do like I did earlier and make it shorter with this different syntax that does the same thing. Age plus equal 1. So we do not need to reference age twice. And by adding the equal in front of the operator, it instantly puts the variable as the base you are altering. And here are some examples you can see that happen. Imagine being the owner of a small fruit stand. To start the day, there are 16 apples in your inventory. Who knows how to pronounce this shit? English is drunk. Suppose a customer comes in and buys 4 apples. Use a compound assignment operator to adjust the value of apples. He buys 4 apples. So I want to take 4 apples out. I just sold 4 apples. So when it prints how many apples I have, it has 12. Good. Another customer purchased half of the available apples. Underneath, your previous code changes the value of apples to reflect this exchange using a compound assignment operator. So I just lost half, so it's divided by 2. And now I have 6. Cool. Now type. We can provide a type annotation when we declare a variable to be clear about the kind of value that the variable can store. Type annotations begin with a colon and end with a type. To declare a variable named artist and give it the type string. It explicitly specifies the type of a variable to be string, so now we can only give artist text string values. This is very shitty. You could like literally just, instead of using variable, declare it as a string like you do with normal languages. But okay, at least there is a hard coding that you can make. So before we do the instructions, this could happen. Let's say the apple equals 10. And now let's say apple equals 10. And let us call back our print friend. And let us print apples twice. Oh, it is declared here. It became a string and it's now a mistake. I cannot declare it because I'm trying to change an int to a string. Well, some languages just accept it and the variable goes all over the place. Hard coding stops that from happening by specifying what values you should assign. So you would get like a headline on this from the get-go. But since it doesn't accept that, does not make much difference to declare explicitly. So let's go to the lesson. Declare a string variable named book with a value of just kids. So variable book has a string specifically and just kids. If you run, but it don't print anything because there is no print thing, so it's just read that this variable exists and did nothing with it. Declare an int variable named page count with a value of that. Okay. Page count, it's using camel, and it's an int variable. This looks kind of ugly, but that's how the language is. String interpolation. So you can add things in the middle of the string. Like this. So let us just follow the instructions for now and then I will make some use of this concept afterwards. Inside the string, declare a variable called age and set it equal to your age. It wants to know my age, man. Look at this FBI shit. Variable age. I do not need to hard code it. Okay. My age currently, I think I'm at this much levels. With age, use print and string interpolation to output I am years old. I am plus age because I'm not gay. Years old. That's how you truly interpolate the strings. It's not accepting me. It does not accept this syntax at all. Strange. So you have to actually do this. Now, what happens here is that this character, this thing is special. This is out 92 if your keyboard does not have the button for this like mine. You have to use the out code for it. And what it does is that it negates what comes next. In the case of the N keyword, like I did before, it jumps a line. And in the case of a variable, in case, of parentheses, it recognizes whatever is inside as a variable. Apparently, that's how it works. And now, the thing that we are learning here is that we can make cool things now because we have an entire phrase which we can print if we do the entire repeat thing again. Let us say repeat while age under 100%. Okay. Now if you repeat this until I'm 100 years old. See? So now we can print the entire phrase. And that kind of thing. So if I make a program and you print out this line like this, how old are you? If you want to ask someone that, let me comment this out. How old are you? And so the person would now answer, and your answer, it would be like variable age equals answer. So their answer will become the variable, and now you can print his answer using this. That's the entire point of all this interpolation and things. It's not showing very well here, but we are going to learn that afterwards. Constants. Now, the concept of constants are very retarded. Like, they should not even exist at all. There is no reason to actually make them. You can literally just make a variable and do not change it afterwards. That's simple. But anyway, apparently this language uses it. So you declare the variable and it's not a variable, it has a value. And you declare it here using the let p word. As safety measures, I mean, if you do not fucking put it afterwards that the variable is changed, it's not going to change by itself. Guarantee. Just not call the variable again in the real world. Okay. A constant named months. And I have to assign the number of months that end with I. Now you fuck me dead. January, February. What is after? May. What's next? April. That's a negative. Then you have March. That's a negative again. January, February, May, April, March, June. July is a positive. And then you have August, that's a negative. And then you have September and October and November and December. So let's follow. And just not have the trouble, let's comment this out. It's crashing. Oh, well. Okay, it works. I counted it right. Challenge! Temperature. Now that we have learned about the basics of variables and arithmetic operators, let's write a program. The mad scientist Kelvin has mastered predicting the weather in his mountainside meteorology lab. Recently, Kelvin began publishing his weather forecasts on his website. However, there is a problem. All of his forecasts describe the temperature in Fahrenheit degrees. Let's convert a temperature from Fahrenheit to Celsius. The formula is the following. This is the formula. First, search for the current temperature of New York City in Fahrenheit. I do not want to do that. Declare a double variable named temp_f and initialize it with the temperature. Declare another double variable named temp_c. So it tells me a variable named temperature in Fahrenheit, specifically at the type double, and to assign some value, which I hope they are not checking online to fuck with me, and declare another double variable called temp_c, and it's a double, and I do not need to declare a value. I'm going to leave it 0, where it accepted my random value. Let us go with this. Convert the temperature to Celsius using the formula provided. We store the result in temp_c. So you want me to use this formula. These formulas tell us that the temperature in Celsius, that's temperature Celsius, equals, parentheses has normal accounts, means this part is solved first. This part is that the temperature in Fahrenheit minus 32 divided by 1.8 is the temperature in Celsius. That's the formula. Display the result using string interpolation. Output exactly like so. Print the temp is out in 2 parentheses temp_c degrees Celsius. Now I put Celsius on minuscules, but let us leave it at lowercase instead of uppercase and see if it will accept. It did not. But now, what the fuck? The temp is if. Oh, put that if. Okay. Okay, they actually accepted the lowercase. The if they did not, but the lowercase Celsius they put in as acceptable. That is not acceptable on a real program, but they are kind. Codecademy is kind. Let me see my Facebook for a minute. You made it to the end of the lesson. High five. So in this lesson we learned about the variables and the stupid constant and this basic kind of data, although this is not basic, this is a complex kind of data. And operators. Okay. Optional. The body mass index is commonly used by health and nutrition professionals to estimate human body fat in population. It is computed by taking the individual's weight in kilograms and dividing it by the square of the weight in meters. Complete the BFT program. Just click around. Complete? What do you mean to complete? There is nothing to complete, it's literally empty. Okay, but let us create these variables. Variable BME. It's a double. It's 0 for now. And we have a weight variable and a height variable. And oh fuck, I put this on the wrong place. Okay, my weight. I weigh 72. I'm 62. And I have some little more than this apparently. So what you want to do, a PME equals my weight divided by the square of my height, which means it's my height times my height. And we can print that. And let us make it fancy. Your weight is, oh, that's not what I meant. Your weight is this shit. Your weight is this shit. And an A. Your height is about 92 height 92 and thus your BME is BMI. And it is printing at like doubles. How funny. What the fuck is 0.002? 2%? That's 0.2%? Okay. Meter square. Oh, it's meter squares. Okay, it's 21%. That's insane. That's wrong. I do not know how this measure works. I think 12 is for athletes. 45. It seems. Nah. And you can do some projects if you have Pro, but just skip them and start the next lesson on the language. And the next lesson, as usual, is about conditionals. So you can pause and read this if you want. Just pass my eyes over it. And it is as they say. Conditionals produce flexibility. It's the tool. It's how everything works. Like this thing is coming here, you see? And it is either maple syrup, strawberry or chocolate. What should it be? If it goes straight, it comes here, and if this moves, it goes there. What will make this move? Well, you have a camera here and it senses, and then the code tells it. If it senses something red, just do nothing. But if it sees a leaf, then move this one. If it sees brown, move this one, for example. And that's how conditional works. And back here you can even see there's another conditional. So they are literally a condition. We is simply written as an if. If something, then some. This is the structure, if condition. This looks very bad. I like to keep my ifs inside parentheses, but that's how the language is. It actually is using another thing as a condition. So, line to code Swift. We will create an if statement that prints a message for you. First, declare a variable, learning to code, using the var rule. Assign it a boolean value, true. Do I need to declare it? I'm just going to send in a true. On the following line, set up an if statement that accepts learning to code as its condition. It uses keys. Within the if statement, print the message. Don't forget to take breaks. You got this with no ending point. String literal is unused. Oh, just set a string in there. Okay, now it prints. Reassign the value of learn to code to false after the initial variable declaration, but before the if statement. Observe what happens when you run the program. Did the message get printed? No, it does not. So the code inside of this thing only executes if the condition is true. So as it is false now, literally, it's not. Okay. Else statements. So you can make if this is true, then print this. And else, so if it is not true, then you print this. You can read it here. Welcome back, access denied. In classes.swift, we will create an if-else that prints an emoji representing you. First, declare a variable where glasses and assign a boolean value of true or false. It's true. I have glasses on my face right now. Below wear glasses, create an if-else statement that prints I wear glasses if true and I don't wear glasses otherwise. If wear glasses, then you print I wear glasses with no stopping point. Else, what the fuck? Else, I don't wear glasses, and this is autocomplete of the little thing. It's bothering. And there it goes. Since it is true, it prints this. And if it was false, it would print the other one. Although I made a mistake here, but it did not care. Comparison operators. Now, you can compare things. And you saw me, I saw how I used this before on that while thing. I put while it was below that number. So I was using this one, less than. Could also be greater than. Not equal, and either equal or greater. And here are some examples. The result. here is the thing I just mentioned. They accepted my Celsius even though it was lowercase. As I said, that is not happening. If something is lowercase, it will never be equal something that is uppercase. Okay? Let us make something. In swiftgen.swift, we will set up an if-else statement that determines the winning team in a basketball game between Tune Squad and Monsters. First, create an if statement that checks if Tune Squad points is less than Monster points, using the correct comparison operator. Within the body of your if statement, print a message for the winning team. So I do not put the else yet. It's just, or do I? For the winning team, I have to put an else if it is not bigger. But the first one tells me to put Tune squad points. Check. Is it less than Monsters points? If it is, print this shit. Yay! For the winning team. Now if you print this, if Monsters wins. Else, if you print this, if the other wins. So yay is squad. Yay Mons. The squad wins. Then as a statement in the bottom of your statement, print a message for the other winning team. Yeah, do not explain it very well here. This is some wrong wording, but you get the gist. Else if statement. So an else if means that you no longer have just if and else. You have if. So is this true? Then run this. Or is this true? Then run this. Or is this true? Then run this. If nothing else is true, then run this. Like this. Although you would not do something like that usually. There's a freaking switch case for that. It should have. But anyway, here we go. In languages.swift, we will write a program that translates the abbreviation of languages spoken in New York. First, Google for languages spoken in New York and their abbreviations. Store each language name and abbreviation in a multi-line comment at the top. That's strange. What do you want me to do? Okay, let's put some Portuguese, PT, and English with this N, and let's see some Japanese, GP, and let's some French, which is FEA. It accepted. Following the multi-line comment, declare a variable abbreviation. And it's a variable. And assigned it one of the language's abbreviations. So let us put PT. Check an if-else statement that contains three else-if statements. Check for different values of abbreviation. If and else-if statement should check abbreviation it equals to. Yeah, French over here. So it now wants me to check which language it is. So if abbreviation 2 equals, because it's checking. Just one equal sign is assigning that value. 2 is checking if it is assigned that value. So is it PT? Then print this. What is this? What am I going to print? Oh, the name of the language. Let's put some message. Now else if he wants 3. Well, I put more. If it is n, if it is FT, and if it is GP, it is Japanese, it is French, it is English. So it is Portuguese, and if I change it for English, it is English, and if I change to GP, it's Japanese, and if I change to German, it is NR. And it's not liking my last one, so what else if? Oh, it wants me to put this exact test here. Nope. Did you create a print? Yes, I created several of them. It wants me to erase the languages. Just leave the... If it's FA, it should be just French. That's what it wants, to just be silly. Okay, we move on. Someone else is talking to me. Just a video. Ternary condition operator. So instead of using that big thing, you can use a ternary. It is just a shorthand way, as you can see here. Instead of writing the whole thing, you can ask, is this true? If it is, execute the first part. If it is not, execute the second part. Exhaling.swift, we have set up an if-else statement that checks for windness. On the following line, I write the conditional in ternary format. Here, what is it doing? There's a variable called windy, and it is true. If the variable is true, then print sails up. If that is else, if it is not true, then print motor on. So it wants me to check wind and then print sheet. It crashed. Oh, it's wind, you know the name of that shit. And it is still crashing. Consecutive statements on a line? That's very stupid. I do not like using space. It's the fucking program language that should work it out better. So you need to put a space on this thing, but it works as meant to be. Here it is, well, it has an interrogation point. It's asking if this variable is true or not. And if it is, it executes the first part as it is. And if it were to be false, it would execute the second part. Switch X statement. So this is the thing I just mentioned. Instead of writing this entire thing, if secret identity, else if secret identity, else if secret identity equals. So you just put a switch secret identity and everything else. It's explained here if you want to pause and read it. Yeah. In superheroes.swift, we have a series of else-if statements that match a superhero's secret identity to the superhero name. I write this conditional in switch statement 4. So, why would you do this if this is working? This many if take a lot of things, a lot of brain. You have to process it again several times. I'm actually not sure if a switch is liar, but at the very least it is neater. It looks nicer. Then you put a case, which every case. One stock. And then you print sheet. Click this. No, assign the superhero name string. And then you just jump to the next case. The pain. Or holding song. Thor is just freaking Thor. You like Fanta. Black Hero. Okay, and there's a else. For the else, you put a default. If nothing else, the superhero name unknown. Okay. And I did something wrong. It's not accepting my shorthand. Oh, fuck me dead, man. There's no point to use a switch statement if you cannot put everything within one line. Okay, I did something wrong. Switch. Yes, it. Switch. Oh, I fucking missed it, a letter. Okay, it works. And it still works, it seems. It did not give me an error. So switch only look nice if you put everything like this. Much cooler. And it wants me to do following the print the superhero name. Print superhero name. And it is Iron Man. Switch statement. Interval matching. That is another power of the switch. You can check an interval. You indicate a range using of dots. That's not so common, but okay. In Star as villain.swift, we will create a switch statement that determines the villain in a Star Wars episode. We have declare and initialize two variables that will be used throughout our switch statement. First, create a switch statement that accepts episode has its expression. Keep the body of the switch statement empty for now. You see an error in the terminal on the right, but it will go away in the next step when you add case statements. Within the switch, create case intervals using the following information. 1.3 is inclusive, or is it not? It is, perhaps, I suppose. And here, inside this, I declare the villain. The villain is enter Palpatine, set the cool noises. And if the episodes are instead 4 to 6, the villain is actually Vader, the Black Father. Holy shit, man. This is heresy. This thing never existed. And it wants me to make a default. And on the default, the villain is an empty string. It crashed. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4 to 6, 7 to 9. Villain. Did I write it right? I think I did. What's the error? And Palpatine, Darth Vader, Kylo Ren. How do you write a switch again? Case 1, 2, 3. It's normal points. Yes, I'm setting this up. Default. It's even colored so I can see that I can actually put it in. Assign an empty string to it. Within this search episode create case interval. The fuck is wrong with this search? The pain is real. Something wrong with my freaking dots or what? No, I did not make a print statement. And it went right at some point. I know not why. So fuck me. It seems there was something with my dots or the space and it was not accepting it. Anyway, it tells me now to print villain. It tells Kylo Ren. If I make episode 11, it shows nothing. If I put episode 1, You chose Palpatine. Episode 5, Darth Vader. That's how it works. Switch X statement. Compound cases. Checks out for country. And it compounds the cases. So this is checking for the country. You input any country, and if the country was the United States, you print that it is in North America. But if you are Mexico, it would also print that it is in America, and Canada is also in America. So instead of writing 3 cases with the same function, it will just check for all of them all at once, because they have the same result. That is print country and the place. They have the same continent. Here, the 8 planets within our solar systems are often categorized as terrestrial or Jovian planets. In planets.swift, we will set up a switch statement that utilizes compound cases to determine the type of planet it's given. Well, how's that frozen one called? Not Uranus, it was Neptune. Neptune is not terrestrial, neither Jovian. It's a Neptunian type. Frozen ball boy. Anyway, first create a switch that accepts this planet and it's sent. Use the following information to set up the case statement. So, if the case is Mercury and Mars, it falls under terrestrial. How do I put this falls under terrestrial? Falls under the category terrestrial planet. Print should do it. In the case of such Jupiter or Venus, and let it here. Oh, it wants a print. But it told them afterwards, but okay. Lastly, use the for. Unknown planet. Well, printed it right, but the thing did not accept it for any freaking reason. Yeah, it's not accepting. It's clearly working. It's Saturn. Oh shit. Saturn is unknown and Saturn is a Jovian, so it's working. But Codecademy, for any reason, it's not accepting it. Fuck me. You want some spacing or what? What is your requirement, man? Oh, I forgot Venus. That's how program is. You have to keep checking that you do not forget shit. Earth, Mercury, Venus and Mars. Are you complaining about my order now? Fucking god. They accept it now. Continue practicing the editor, testing your code with different values for plan. I just did that here. So switch is statement where clause. So another switch mechanic. They really like switch statements, do they not? Switch random number, case let x where x is even and odd. Okay. They're calling a freaking function they never showed before, but it's okay. Let's just go for the instructions. In number.swift, we will set up a program that determines if a number between 10 and 20 is prime or composite. What the fuck is a composite number? Below whole number variable, set up a switch that accepts the whole number as its expression. Within here inside the code block of the switch statement, set up the following case. Case 1. Declare the temporary variable x where what? How is it written here? And then I compare the x divisible by 2. How do I check if it's divisible? It's this shit again. Goes to 0. And they close, that's the statement. Ah, no, it's just the case closing thing. And if it is, I print composite. Otherwise, if there's any reminder, no, it's by 3. Print composite. And then a default, where I just print that it is prime. Quite a bold statement. Case is divisible by 2. Oh fuck. It's composite now. Declare the temporary variable x and use where clause to check if the value is divisible by 3. If it's divisible, it will result in 0. This shit is messing with me. Why are these statements just going wrong every time? It's low. It's composite. And 7 is a prime. Yeah, it's working, but this shit does not want to recognize. What shit? Now it's even crashing. Cool. Yes, it just wanted me to put some stupid space with, well, just take space, literally. Awesome work. This step is optional, so feel free to click run if you'd like to skip it and move on to the next exercise. Challenge. Instead of manually assigning and test different values for a whole number, we can use the .random function to generate one for us. Set up the .random method to accept a range of integers between 10 and 20. Assign this calculation to whole number. Use a printing statement below the variable to output the value of whole number. So whole number equals an integer which calls the random function from 10 to 20. And you also print the whole number. And it crashed. That's a stupid call, but it works. Oh. As you can see, it generates a random number within this range, and this checks. So, what is this where exactly? I created a variable here. In this case, the variable is x, although I usually keep my number of variables as an u. And if it is an u, it works the same way. Because, again, this is a variable. And I will check if this variable, which is this, is divisible by this number. So if this is true, then it will run. If it is not, it will go to the next. If it is true, it will run. If it is not, it will go to the next. Let's just say this. And here there's a review. You have learned what is an if statement and how to use true and false things, that codes of blocks are in curly braces, which I call keys, comparisons, else, and several types of switch. There's the quiz and projects for the pro, but here we just move on to the next lesson, which is about logical operators. You can check this out, and the name says it all: and, or, and not. I'll take a look real quick while you look it up. So, logical operators. This means you are going to do some operation which is not arithmetic. You do not put plus and minus or compare. You are dealing with pure logic, that are true or false. And means end. There. Saved you the trouble. In newyar.swift, we have declared the variables midnight and date to be used within our new year program. Below the variables, create an if statement that checks if it is midnight and the date is January. Print the message, it's the start of a new decade. No, it is not. You are wrong, Codecademy. The decades start at 2021. NEA. NEA. Coding program. Why do I reply with some feedback? There's no report button. You have to just accept it and write this wrong shit. Sad, but it's true. So, if midnight is true, and where is the end shit? What do I use it? Here, like this. And date equals January 1. Then you are going to print it is not the start of the decade. The decade starts at 21. And it tells me I'm wrong. What else do you want me to do? What's your problem here? If midnight and date. You create an if statement that sets midnight and date equals January. It works now, but still same shit to me. In its condition, use the AND operator. Yes, it's printing my shit already. So why are you not accepting? It's the start of a new decade. It's right, this is right. The very freaking code is printing as it should. But there's something this thing is complaining about. Why? I'm spacing. Now you make my life hard, man. Why are you being so pedantic? The code is working, but the site is not. Continue pricing the to test your code with different values from midnight and date. Right, it's false. Okay, I move on. Logical OR. So that one would only work if you both were true. As the midnight became false, even if the date was right, it gave a false result because it needs to be both. It needs to be midnight and that date. That is what it means. It takes two booleans and transforms into a single one or more. More than two. It adds several booleans and they have to all be of the same kind. All true for it to be true. If one is false, everything is false. Now for the OR. The OR, it you take either. If it is snowing, you are going to take it. If it is raining, you are going to take it. If it is both, you are going to take it. But if it's neither, if it's not snowing or raining, then it is not. But for the most part, it is true. As long as one is true, then the thing runs. Safety first, declare the following variables. Car in motion and set the value to false inside a car and set its value to be true. Car in motion equals false and inside a car. Below the variables declaration, create an if statement that determines the Boolean result car in motion or out 112 no out 126 no out 129. It's not this either. Well, then I forgot. I do not have this button on my keyboard either. The out for it, 124. Is it? 124. Yes, it is. Good. Alt 124 again. And inside a car. Now, if either of these things is true, it will run this. Print safety. Plus backup app. And now the not. The not just does the contrary of what we are saying. So if you are feeling well, then it would print this, but there is a not here. So if not feeling well, it's the opposite. So this will run if this were false. It inverts things. There is not much to explain, but it can get confusing if you're just listening to someone talk about inverting shit. Just use it and you'll learn. In not_operator.swift, we have declared a variable feeling well and set up an if-else statement that determines a course of action according to how we feel. Please place the following print statements within the correct code block. If you are feeling well, and if you are not feeling well. Oh, I did not copy this shit. Now it works. And that's how it works. And combining logical operators. As they are operators, you can use as many as you want. You just put a lot of logical gates together and check shit. In order to access an iPhone, Apple requires that you enter the correct password or get access through Touch ID. In security.swift, we have provided 3 variables that represent these cases. We will use them and logical operators to build a program that grants or denies a user access. First, create an if statement with the following logic. If a user enters the correct password and, how is the end again? Had less than 3 tries or what? Or has access through Touch ID, then set unlock equals true. Else unlock equals false. So what is this doing? If they have the correct password and they did not try more than 3 times. So you need these 2 things. Or if they have access to the ID, just let them straight out. Or following, print the value of unlock. Continue practicing. True, false. So they do not have the correct password, but they have access. And if I take the access away, you get me a false. They are locked out. Controlling order of execution. So the OR is the last thing to be taken into account. The AND you execute first. So true and false, it collapsed to false. False and true collapsed to false. Either true or false collapsed to true. So you can control the order by just like other operations using the parentheses. So if you read this and then this. In practice.swift, we have set up multiple expressions that are missing certain logical operators. Add a logical operator and or in place of that shit, the underline, to complete the logical expression. Bool 1 and bool 2 should be true. Bool 3 should be false. This should be true. For this to be true, it's true or false and false. So this is doomed to be false. So this has to be true. To be true, I need an or. This has to be true also. Not true, so it is false. And this is false and true. False and false will resolve first. They will collapse to a false. And they will give me false or true, which will collapse to true. So I have a not true and a true. So that's a false and a true. And for it to be true, I need this. An or. Not true or true. Here, I need it to be false. There is a false and true. This will collapse to false. However, it will collapse to false and be a not false. So this is true. And this is either false or false. So this will be false. Here I have a not false and a false. If I put an or, it will give me true. But I want it to be false. So it will print. And since I have a true and a false, it will give me false. There. Ready. And that is the review. You just shove operators and they do logic. Very simple. Very nice. The next one is about loops. There's some explanation here. And a loop is a loop. You iterate. So you run the same code several times. And you saw me doing that right at the beginning. I wanted to print my age year after year, that time. And so I ran it through a loop. I made the code run several times until a certain condition was fulfilled. And that's a loop. Just running the same code again and again. Every program, every game is just a loop. As long as you are playing, as long as you are not pressed to quit, it will ask for the same inputs and reacts to them the same way inside the loop. It repeats tasks. You can write this several times. Here. It tells me to print this 60 times. We can use a loop to do it. Here it is telling us about the for. For infinite? What the fuck is this in doing there? For num in? 7 to 9? What the fuck is this? Well, that's weird, but okay. 4. How do I do this again? 4 in. Declare some stupid function above it. Create a for-in loop that uses age as a placeholder. Iterates over the range 1 to your current age using the closed range operator. For example, if you are 35 years old, then your range is 1 to 35. Leave the body empty for now. Okay. It uses age as a placeholder, and it uses a range, and it will execute the code inside several times. Now, we want for in loop to help us print out the last part of Happy Birthday song. Inside the block of the loop, add a print statement. This is a out 92. So it will run this 22 times. And it's wrong for no fucking reason because this shit is working. There's an extra any over there. The stride function, that's weird. You can choose from A to B by C, from 0 to 2 by 2, 0 to 4. That's very weird, man. But okay, just add it to. We are passing arguments to the function. They are ladders. That's advanced. Are we learning about functions actually instead of the for? I think it's learning about a function. At least this function in a specific. So let us put it to the text, to the test. Currently out. Currently in countdown.swift, we have a for in loop that counts forward 1, 2, 3. Change the sequence in the loop to use stride to count backwards with the following arguments. By -1, by -1 order. Okay, it crashed. What is the exactly way to write this? I need to separate them, that should be obvious. iterating through strings. Aside from strings of numbers, you can use strings. For character. For in, perhaps that's the in part. It's not a normal for loop. It's a for some. For variable. It's not a normal simple for. Create a for. How do I write this in loops that iterates over the character in front fact. For every loop, for every character in fun fact, okay, yes, this is it. Inside the body of the loop, add an if statement that checks if the character not equal x, then you print the character. And it's crashing. It's not accepting the for. Okay, that's weird. If the character, how do I write a not? Not equals. If character equals z. If characters not equal z. Is not an x. It's not an x. It's an x. This. This. Fuck me dead. And else you print it. It works now. But the game does not accept this shit. Elephants can't jump. It works, but since I'm unable to use the freaking not operator, it's not working. Tava no cu, velho. I did this, you fucking stupid cunt. I put initially. My shit was exactly like that. That's what I did initially. What was wrong? You cannot just stupid spacey shit. Okay. Using underscore. In underscore.swift, write a for in loop. Then it has a for that uses an underscore. What is this? Yes. Instead of creating a variable, just use this stupid thing instead. It's a placeholder. And then I can print horrible shit with that placeholder instead of using the name of a variable, because I might have declared something else with that name and that make things bad. They continue keyword. So there is this keyword continue, which people rarely use. But here is an example. You have a switch, and they will execute this if there is any character. then print the character. To execute its code and then jumps to the next instead of leaving the loop. Continue, it's actually leaving the loop with the continue. Well, we'll write and see exactly how they are using it. Currently, in our for in loop, we print out every single number in the range 1 to 9. However, we don't want to print out the odd numbers. Inside the for in loop, add the code needed to skip over the odd numbers by adding an if statement that checks if number is an odd number. Inside the body of the if statement, the continue key. So, if the number I have to draw the operation here. If the number times the number modulo 2 equals to 1, you continue instead of running the rest of the code. So just fuck off like that. If it's an odd number, so what did I do? I basically divided it by 2 and checked if there was anything left. There's the modulo operator. It's a little weird, but that's how it works. If 2 is a factor of it, it's a dividend of it, or whatever it is called again, it will be 0. But if it is not, so if it is not even, if it is odd, there will be 1 left from it. And so if there is, you just continue, just get out of this thing, leave, do not continue. It's reading the opposite of what it should be reading, but yeah, it works. As you can see, it leaves the for function, so it came outside here and executed this code. So it continued outside the function, it left it, continued the code, and did not run the function. Break. Break is more common to find. In break.swift, we have the structure of our for in loop with a print statement. So we have the for and there's a print statement at the end. To complete the program, in the for in loop, add an if statement. So if it will check for counter, so if counter is equal to what? Equals the guessed none. So if it is what? Inside the if, okay, print out, print. It's out92 parentheses guessed none. And replace the actual value of guessed none. After the print statement, add a break. After you pass this step, run the program a few times to get a sense of when break is exiting the loop. It crashed. It's 5. So the guessed number is getting me a random number from 1 to 15. And the counter is counting from 1 to 15. So it counts 1, 2, 3, and so when it runs through the if, that counter 1 is not equal. So it does not run this. It goes straight out. Is it? So just iterates, and when it gets to the number, then it executes this code. It executes this, and then it breaks. And that's weird because the break is doing exactly the same as the continue. Just breaking outside of the for loop. And if I had a print here, it would still print nevertheless. And let's do this time here. So it breaks out of the for loop, which is very weird. Let's put a continue. It is 7. A continue gets you at the end of the for, but since there is more to the for, it repeats the for. So it skips this thing for the moment, goes straight to the end, but it does not break the for completely. Alright, so that's the difference they are showing here. The continues take you to the end of the for, but if the for has anything else it wants to do, then it will just do that. It will continue the execution of the next iteration. But if there is a break, it will not. You freaking break the for and get rid of it, no matter what else is left. It has reached the end of its life. And here there is the while. It's the one I used earlier. And they are all pretty intuitive. It just does something while some condition is true. Here. In guessing, not Swift, we have both a guess and a magic number variable. Each is storing a random variable. We want to create a while loop that continues looping for as long as the values of both variables are different. Damn, intensive. That can crash your RAM real fast. Under the variable definitions, but before the last print, create a while loop. While loop, give the loop the condition. Not equal. The magic now. Reassign guess to int.random. One thing. Also reassign now. Inside the loop. Here, you made it with an infinite loop. I said this shit is about to crash your PC if you do not pay what you're paying. So if you keep it running this shit, time after time, okay, that's weird. Cannot force unwrap value of non-optimal type int. Weird. What is happening? Line 12. No. What is this 12? Line 7. And 12 letter. That's not what that's meant to do. Ah, it needs this space. Fuck me dead. Got it right on the 4th attempt. And you could not see that it was looping so many times if there was not out of this. Ah, it just told me to do this. And it's right, that exact message? Yes. Let me run a few times again. Look how many times you can accumulate very quick. Like, imagine if this is 100 to 100. If I try to put this at 10 millions, 10 billions per example, they will not run it. The site will tell me I went too far. You guessed it. Guess. And the number was cool. And this is the review for loops. The for, it's only a for every. This is really weird, but okay. I do not often use for every. They are heavier than normal fors, but there's only one available, and you use it. Continue and breaks can help you inside for. Although that was very weird, we use it then inside the if statement. So they should be referring to the if, not the for, but I guess that's how it works on Swift. And then we saw a while loop. If you want to challenge yourself, create a loop that iterates from 1 to 100 that prints out where the current number in the iteration is even or odd. So to print out where the current number in the iteration is even or odd. So if this sheet by this sheet gives you 0 equals 0, then it is even. That is even. Else. Print yours. And it crashes. And it works. The second question was mistaken. So it's naturally odd even, odd even, or odd even. And here it prints. Use a loop to determine if a number is a prime number. So it's the 2 and 3 things, but there are more conditions to prime. I'm going to skip this one. Loop to a string and count how many characters are in it. And recreate the following pattern using loops. Yeah, you can just do it if you want. It's very easy, actually. You create 4 things in a string and then print a +1 every time you get a new card. Let's search. That was it for loops. You can get a quiz and some projects if you are pro, like always. Swift arrays. So next we are dealing with arrays, are we not? And a string actually are arrays. But of course there can be an array of array. It starts at 0, at least it's respectable. And it is called an array. That's also respector instead of calling it a vector. But here is what is meant with an array. Instead of just variables score is an int, variables score is an array of int. Here. In Tokyo Subway, the Tokyo subway has different payment options for adults and children. Create an empty array. How do I create again? Oh, variable. Subway adult equals an int. It needs this thing for any reason. And this. And print it. Subway adult. Weird. Very weird. That's how they print an empty array? What the fuck? Create an empty array named Subway Children of the type int. Child. Subway child. And print Subway child. Weird. Just do it and nothing happens. But okay. Create an array literal. The list of the values. Codecademy latitude and longitude. Suppose the Tokyo subway cost is as below. Create an array named subway adult and initialize it with 800 yen, 1200 yen, and 1500 yen. And print it out. So variable subway adult equals what? Equals int oh, it's this next access. I can declare inside. Now I print it. It shows these sheets on the array. Initialize subway child with that. This time, be explicit with the type. I have to explicit the type. The variable subway child is explicit int with the values of 6. Oh shit. And set that for hundreds. Then print it. Ouch. Cool. Index. So index is the index number. It's what I just did, literally. Did you see me putting a 0 and a 2 and it printed only a single value? So every array, as you can see, is just a list of values and you can call whichever you want. The 24 hours weather forecast is recorded in an array called temperature. Temperature has every temperature. Starting the current temperature has its first value. Print the current temperature using its index. So print temperature. If I tell it to run, it will print the entire array thing. But the current temperature is at 0. It is this. 5 hours ago, what was the temperature? It was that. 12 hours ago, it was like that. It's the temperature. If we put it in a for loop, we will get this. if you print every temperature, these were the temperatures throughout the day. I'm iterating from 0 to 23 these numbers on the array. And you can also count. So how big is the array? How many sheets does this has? Do I need to count it? Well, I can call a function. I do not know if this is object-oriented and if you can use constructors, but if you learn about functions later and objects that can call functions, you see that arrays and every type is just a class, and so it has its functions inside which you can call. Here, it takes too long to count the numbers of elements in counting rhyme with your eyes. Print the size of the array using the print count rhyme dot count. It has 20. And what is the 61? It's called, what's the 81? It's the 0. The mini. Then can make it count. Once again, if I use the for loop, you can imagine that. There is also the append method that you change. So you can change the array by adding sheets to it. Oh, it also accepts the addition operator. A nice little trick. What are some of your New Year's resolutions? Add one more item to the resolution array using append. So, resolutions dot append. I can add an item. AGI. Agiastra. Yeah. Add another resolution. Plus equal. At what? Okay. How is it again? Plus equal. Oh, I have to put it as an array thing. Nope. Yes. Print it out. That is resolution. Ah, fun. And games. Insert and remove. You can, of course, also insert at the place where you want exactly. And you can also remove. Same the value. This is actually some advanced feature. On some older languages, you see arrays can be a lot harder to deal with. You can only insert or take out at the end, or you can only insert and take out at the front. These are queues, and what is the name of the other exactly? They have specific names depending on that characteristics. And this one, where you can take or put anywhere, they are good to work with, to program with, but they are also heavier. If you do not need to use them, if you just want a queue, you should use a queue, because it will save some processing time. Anyway, here we go. In the code editor, we have an array called DNA, 3-letter codes of nucleotides, also known as codons. Insert GTG at index 3. Okay, this is beautiful. I want to do this in the future as a genetic engineer. Okay, I did something wrong. Insert the switch. Oh, I used the other thing. I'm using a function. I do not need to use this at all. Remove the eating at index 0. Set noise DNA. You get the fish. Iterating over an array. What happens if you want to iterate through items? We can use a for in loop. For eating in array. I actually wrote resolution wrong last time. I was thinking about that. I forgot the S. I wrote resolution instead of resolutions. So here are the other recipe. Let's do some calculations. First, create a variable called total. Variable total. It's a double. How do I do that again? Variable total double equals 0.0. Okay. Iterate to recipe using for item. For item in receipt total. That should be it, but I remember. It does not work like that yet. Okay. Iterate to recipe using a for item in and call the iterative item. Add each item to total. Oh, to add the item itself. Nice equal item. Not just one. It's not counting the number of things inside, it's counting the actual items. There is a cell in the work. Change the value of total by multiplying itself by that thing. Inside the loop or outside? Yeah, actually tell you exactly how to do that. Let's calculate 1%, where it should go. And here you have learned about arrays. Optional. Write a Swift program to find the sum of even numbers and the product of numbers in an array. For example, suppose we have an array that is this, then the program should output this. So we have several things to do if you want to do that. First, we are taking a for unity in list. We are taking every value on the list. And what are we doing? We are seeing if the item of the list is odd if it equals 2, we want to sum them. Then we with a new variable, variable odds. It's an integer, and variable evens. It's an integer, and here we are going to take the evens and add the u. Else, so if it is not even, if it is odd, then, well, this has to be 0 for this one. Then we multiply product, the sum of the product is times it. So what is it? Odds times equal u. And now we have that print even totals evens, and we have that others produce odds. Oh fuck, I just save this, the automatical behavior of Ctrl S, and I can print shit here too, just to be cool, like plus here I can tell times oh and agora I will use it before being initialized. Here, plus 2 times 3, this, and it produces this result as expected here. Doo-doo-doo. Next, the next lesson. Objects? There are objects? No, they are sets. What the fuck is a set? Imagine you walk through an art museum and find 2 identical Mona Lisa paintings hanging on the wall. That situation would most likely cause a few raised eyebrows. I just threw a pie at Mona Lisa yesterday. Art museums should only contain unique content, like a set. Okay, so by this description, it is an array that does not allow you to have equal values. Just changing the index position does not cut. If there is any other equal value, it erases shit. Creating a set, it's complex type, and you have to call library for that. But okay, it uses this thing, it's even colored wrong. And you put the values like an array. It's a fancy array. So create an empty set called consonants. Variable consonants. Oh fuck, how do I declare it again? Equals a set of characters. Do I have to put it in this? And then I have to call this still at the end. Okay, did not work. Okay, this did not work. This thing is... Verbal consonants. Is that the word? Consonants equals it's uppercase. And is this shit uppercase or not? It's empty. Do I have to define it like this? This is a populated set. Create an empty set called consonants. It's empty. Character. Do I have to actually type character? Yes. Weird as fuck. Create a second set called vowels. Variable vowels that contains the following values. It's a set of characters again, and it has A, I, O. Those are the correct Latin pronunciation of it, and if you pronounce it different, it's because you should not be using the freaking Latin alphabet. Output vowels. Do you mean print it? Okay, something went wrong. Array literal. I have to declare it using this. Okay. Variable vowels is a set. Or do I declare it a set of characters? I do not have to declare it as a set of characters. Let me okay, not good. It went. Count and is empty. So just like array before, you can count how many things are inside that array, that set, and you can check if it is empty. This will give you a boolean. If it is empty, it will give true, and if it is not, it will give you false. If it is true, okay. Create an if statement in sockets.swift with a conditional that checks if sort Java is empty using is empty. Inside the if statement, print time to add some more socks. Underneath the if statement, it is an else statement. Inside the body of the else statement, print the following message. Print the following message. We have sock Java.count. It print, but it's not appearing. We have some pairs of sock. I forgot the rest of the line. Pairs of socks. Dot. Inserting elements. Just like before, you can insert something wherever you want. Add the value Hermione to the set of friends using the insert. Friends dot insert Hermione. Add the value Ron to the set of friends using set. if you crash, there is our one already. Notice that when we run this code, one is only printed once, even though we set the value for a second time. There are some things you can share without ending up liking each other, and the fit in a 12-foot mountain throw is one of them. Removing elements. Just like before, we can remove at a certain location. Here, we are taking out Pluto. Set Pluto noises. Take a look at the set in planets.swift. Since Pluto is no longer considered a planet, we should remove it from our set. Remove the value Pluto from the set planets. Use .remove. Planets, but remove Pluto. I'm not using the index, I'm using the value. Okay then. Does not deal with index. We have entered the Andromeda Galaxy. Remove all from planets using remove all. And it receives no arguments. Oh, the shortcut works. If you use Ctrl and this, you can comment and uncomment a line next. Now, is this shit a set or not? It is not an array. It does not accept indexes, only values. Okay then. Checking for elements. If you put contains, it will return a true or false based on if it contains or not. So, imagine owning a small coffee shop. A customer comes in asking for a blueberry flavored coffee. Create an if-else statement that checks if a blueberry exists within the set. Coffee flavors. Where is the U, man? Where is the U? Where is the U? That contains blue. Yeah, if it contains, if it is true, it returns true, and if it does not contain it, you return false. Now, print one blue berry coffee coming right up. Dot. Else, we do not serve that coffee later here. Dot. Always remember your dots. Always remember to check your freaking syntax. Constraints. And some shit broke. One string literal is... Oh. Okay. That happens if you forget to freaking call the function. But of course, normal people do not drink that. Blueberry does not contain one. It's existing. Oh. Always check your syntax. Good. Iterating through a set. Just like before, you can use a value for the set. And you print everything inside. In vacation.swift, the set things to pack contain items we want to bring on a trip. The other set, suitcase, is an empty set we will populate to reflect the item we have packed. Use a for in loop to iterate through each element in the set things to pack. Name the placeholder item. The placeholder? Oh, for item. Things to pack. What do I do? Sweet case dot insert item. And let me print some shit just to make it look cool. Make it print inside to look better. So I can successful. Okay. Shit. What? Line 12, line 11. Invalid escape is sequencing literal. No. Sunglasses being packed into suitcase. Packing successful. Suitcase has sunglasses. Bathing suit being packed into suitcase. Packing successful. Suitcase has sunglasses. Bathing suit. Sunscreen. Cool. That look much better, man. Inside the bar of the loop, using sets to add item to the suitcase. Outside the loop, print the value of the suitcase. That is much less pleasant than my print. Although I could create another for loop to make this look better. And that would be something like this. For the suitcase, print suitcase has D. It has the D. Mix this. Oh, you print this several times. Well, that's not what I want. What do I want? I want to print everything together, like before. And to do that, how do I do this here? I have to add them to a single sentence. I have to declare the sentence beforehand. So I need to create a new variable here. Variable suites. String equals suitcase has. Okay. This is my thing. my variable can be here. And at everything, I can come here and add. For example, suites. Can I add it like this? Does it not work here? Add space D this, and only after this loop completes, only after everything has been added, then I print suites. This code does not work because it will keep adding the same things it had before. So I have to clean suite case once this is all done. So I have to set suites equal this. This is not clean code, but I hope it runs. It does not. Okay, it does now. Clothes being packed into suitcase. Packing successful. Suitcase has clothes. Sunscreen being packed into suitcase. Packing successful. Okay, it does what I want, except for this. It ends with this thing, and it should have this at the beginning. Now, I should pass the sentence to get the last member. If it is the last member, I should substitute this for a dot. But that's too much trouble. I do not know the way to pass it here, although I can make it with a lot of iterations. It's good enough for now. And it's not running, but it should. Inside the body, inside the freaking item. Outside the loop. That's what they asked. Set. Okay. Set operations. You can perform intersection operations. It creates a new set. New set is an intersection of two. The two values in common that they have. In animal.swift, we have two sets, swing and fly. Use .intersection to create a set called swing and fly that contains the shared value of swing and fly. Use print to output swing and fly. Okay. So create a set called variable swing and fly. It's a set. How do I do this again? I can just call it a variable, not to declare that type. And I can call swing dot intersection with fly. Then I have to print it. Ducks and puffs swing and fly. And you can unite them. It does not matter what they have in common. They will have everything in the world. And that in common will be deleted just from one, because they cannot have repeated values, they are sets. So putting the consonants and vowels together, we will have the entire alphabet. In alphabet.swift, create a set called variable alphabet that uses consonants.union to combine values of vowels, and then print that shit out loud. It's out of order, but okay. Symmetric difference. It, instead of uniting only what they have in common, it deletes anything they have in common and just put the difference together. Just go on. Take a look at the two sets Oscar winners and Emmy winners in Albert Swift. Use a symmetric difference to create a set called difference that contains the values that appear in either Oscar winners or winners but do not appear in both sets, and print the value. So John Legend is out because he has an Oscar and a winner and an Emmy. And Audrey. So Rita Moreno, Peter, and Hate are kept. What is it again? Difference. A variable difference is equal Oscar winners, calling the symmetric difference function with the Emmy winners. Then print it. Rita Moreno has an Oscar too. So on these two are being singled out. Sad noise. Subtracting. So you take a set and call a function to delete whatever it has in common with that other. Take a look at the sets food emojis and fruit emojis in emoji.swift. Use the operation subtraction to create a set called veggie emotes. A variable veggie emojis. What a shitty variable. This should not exist. Fuck you, vegans. That contains any element that is in the set food emoji, but not in the set fruit emoji. Print the value of veggie emotes. So, how is it called again? Oh, I have to take food emojis, and I have to subtract the fruits out of it. Oh, it's not vegan actually. I have to print it out. It just has some doubts. Okay. And there's a review now. It has the characteristics of an array, but it's pretty different. The functions it calls are all different. Although they have the same name, but sometimes the value is actually different. It's an overload of the function. It's actually a completely different class with a different function. It just has the same name. And you can do the things for pro if you have it. Holy shit, is not this shit going to end? How much else is there? Swift, it's halfway through, man. My throat is killing me. Oh, it's because it's not counting much, because much of it's premium and I cannot access. But there are still functions, structure, and classes you can actually create personalized objects. Ah, well, here we go. Introduction to Dictionaries. Dictionaries are like an array, but cool. I often use dictionaries, although the shit is not hashable. You cannot save it very easily. But yeah, they are good. The difference between them is that you have a key and a value. Different from our array, which you put the position. It's a 0 index, 1 index, 2 index. You actually choose the position you want it. And it does not need to be a number. So you create a key type. A lot of weird shit here. If you look up the documentation. Declare an empty dictionary called empty literal with the string type keys and int type values using dictionary literal syntax. Do you mean this one? Empty literal. This is weird. Declare an empty dictionary called empty initialize. With the string type keys and bullshit. String bull. Yeah. Creating a dictionary literal. You can just make dictionary run. Let's create a dictionary called fruity stand that stores information about fruity stock. So the keys are strings and the values are int. So apple you have 12 and bananas you have 20. So whenever you need to know how many apples you have, you just put fruity stand and call apples and it will tell you the value. And you call bananas and you tell the value. So instead of indexes, you can have any key. And that's just amazing. It's how I build the inventory and everything that I need. Declare a dictionary variable named role models. Role models that contain string type keys and string type values. Not add any values yet. How do I do this again? Holy shit. Yeah. Like this. Weak fucking shit. Look at this declaration. Already freaky. Inside whole models add the following key values pairs. Ay. And something went wrong. First this. You have to separate each value. If you go here, yes, it has that thing separating. Okay. Use print to output the content. Prod. Yes, they change. Fucking hell. That's why you don't simply print them out. Type inference. When writing code, less is more. Programmers often try to keep the code as concise as possible. It's inferred by type, by the first ones. That is not how things work, man. You have to hard type your fucking codes. I complained that at the very first lesson, that you should not just put a variable, you have to put the value of it. But okay. In dictionaries, it feels nice and fair. Declare a dictionary called movie year using type inference syntax. Include the following key value pairs. Variable movie years equals this such. I have a finding Nemo and I have she's move and I have toy story. This is as printed. Adding elements. So to add elements, it's very good. You just call it with the key you want and the value of it. Pretty dang good. Take a look at the dictionary tier steeping temperatures. Steeping in tier temperature.swift to see the correct temperature to steep different tiers. Add the following key values to tier steeping temperature. Tier steeping temperature. Should it not be temperatures? Okay. So just like when you call an array and you put the number here, like if I did this, I would add this element to the array. Yes, I'm calling the index. But instead of the index, I'm calling the key, whatever key I defined before. It's just beautiful, man. I love working with dictionaries. And for rooibos, it is this. And then you print it. There. Oolong, black, green, white, and rooibos. At any order that quantum randomness seem fit. Updating elements. To update an element, you literally just call the key you want and pass a new value to it. Oh, you can just call a specific function to just do that, but that's pretty meaningless. Take a look at the dictionary abbreviations. In abbreviations.swift. LOL, laboring over letkeys. LM key, let me know. BRB, bringing radishes back. GJoy6C, great job on your code. Modify the value pair with the key law to be corrected, then laugh out loud using subscript syntax. Subscript is that one. And click run to check it out. So abbreviations at low we want to equal with laugh out loud. It works. Use update abbreviations.update value and for key pop it comes at the wrong order, so the value is be right back and then I put the for key PFEP. It's a much worse way of doing this. Okay, removing elements the same way you just call it in using new, not new, okay, or you can just remove the key. I prefer to use the remove on this case because it's cleaner to use a freaking new, although sometimes I use a new on C because of laziness. Check out the dictionary Rainbow Rex in color.swift. The dictionary should only contain the names and rex value for the colors of the rainbow, but it currently has a few extra elements. Remove the key value pair maroon, brown, from rainbow using nil. So rainbow rex equals, no, it's like this, maroon. There is no brown on the rainbow, and there's no pink either. I'm moving it next, right? Yeah. Nil. Setting new noises. And rainbow rex dot remove for key pink. Was it like this? Syntax? No. For key remove value. Remove all elements. Just fuck it all. You have to put this thing at the end because you are still calling a function we will on objects. So here you are passing an argument for the function. You are doing something. You are not passing anything here, but to your function. You are passing it empty. You still have to pass the syntax thing. Inspecting a dictionary. So you can count it. You can count how many things are there, just like before, and you can check if it is empty, just like before. And it will return similar values, just like before. Here. Create an if statement that checks if number of sides is empty. If the dictionary is empty, if it is empty, print. So if this returns true, I print. This dictionary has no elements in it. Else, if it is not empty, which it is not, I print the number of elements contained. So number of sides has 5. And if I call here the number of sides and dot remove all empty arguments, it will be empty. It is now empty. Magic. Accessing values. So if you want to give any value, just put the dictionary and the key. It will return the value. This will return the papyrus values. Be careful when using this search. Why would I do that again? Okay. Assign the value associated with the key sunflower in the dictionary flower names to a variable called sunflower scientific using subscript syntax. Output the value of it using print. So it tells us to make a variable called variable sunflower scientific and get that value from the flower names at sunflower. Print it. crash it. Modify your code to unwrap the value of sunflower scientific by appending. Insane shit. You have to force it, you cannot just declare normally. NR. Use an if-let statement to assign the value associated with the key Lily to a variable called Lily scientific. Inside the body of the if statement, print the following statement. So I have to use this. Weed as fuck. Or I can just fucking shove this shit in. But the other way they explain, instead of using the forceful method, because for any reason this language requires that. You can pause and read if you want to see it further. Is to make it into a statement like this. Equals flower names Lily. If it is, then it is, else it is not. If it is, then print it. Else print. Oh, wait a minute. You print this instead. Oh, there is no else. Do not need, because it actually exists. But of course, I can always bring it out of existence. I could literally just have erased that, but okay. It's going to shit. I'll remove all just to see. It will crash because it lacks that thing I said it had for certain. Now just use a normal remove. Oh, it's a remove value. And now it shows the because it lacks it. And this is ugly as hell, just to make sure you understand. But it works much better because if it does not exist, it will not do anything. And this, if it does not exist, that the entire thing will crash. So you better never use this in your life. Even if this else statement did not exist at all, like this, it will simply ignore the fact that this does not exist. So it's a pretty nice way. No, it's not nice at all. As I said, it's ugly as fuck. But compared to this thing that can crash your entire code, you better use this. Okay. Iterating through a dictionary. Just like before, for key holder, value holder. You actually have to declare both. Why? Okay. In Greek mythology.swift, iterate through the keys and values of the dictionary mythology using a for-in loop. Name the key placeholder Greek name. Name the value placeholder Roman name. You can leave the body of the loop empty for now. You will see 2 warnings in the terminal on the right, but it will go away in the next step when we add code into the body of the loop. So for Greek name, Roman name in mythology. And it did not like what I did. In the body of the loop, print sheet using the following. Greek name is also known by the heretics as Roman. Does not accept the truth on its face. Fuck that. Using keys and values. What if you don't want to loop through both the keys and values of a dictionary? You can use these properties. Is you print the array of keys and the other you print the array of values. And actually you can use it for a for. You have on a single variable and print only the fruits. For the stock.values you can some the normal things you can do with arrays. Underneath the declaration of total, create a for-in loop that iterates only through the values of the dictionary lemonade stand. Name the placeholder monthly profit and leave the body of the for-in loop empty for now. So, what did it say? Underneath the declaration of total, here, create a for-in loop, name it monthly profit in the lemonade stand, only the values. For more profit. Inside the bar of the loop, increase the value of total. Total plus equal monthly profit. It works. In our review of everything you just learned that works. Dictionaries are great. Introduction to functions. Each program we have written so far, whether it tested values against conditional statements or looped for iteration, executed explicitly in the order we have laid out, and any code that needed to be reused would have to be typed again. As our program gets more complex, we will seek more efficient ways of organizing our code and aim to avoid repetition. This is where functions truly shine. Swift functions are chunks of reusable code that achieve a certain outcome. Take a look at Sud City's car wash function on the right. The function contains numerous tasks that work together to achieve a clean car. Now, each time we would need our car washed, we wouldn't build a new car wash. We would simply reuse the one that already exists. In this lesson, we will explore more scenarios in which functions are useful and learn to define and use them in our code. Why did I read this all the way through? Just because I like the concept of functions. Well, when you learn it for the first time, it's like, why would I use this? I can just write it straight there on the code. But as soon as you start any actual coding, you see that functions are everything. Everything is inside functions, and all you do in code is call functions here and there. Anyway, you can read if you want, but the basic things is instead of using var, you declare using the keyword func. That's ugly as hell. Of course, real functions are described more like this. Public is statically void main function. This is how real functions are declared. But for this purpose, we are dealing with Swift, with Apple, and they are gay. So you use func instead. Potential parameters, and the return type comes afterwards with a minus sign, and a greater than. What the fucking hell? But okay, here we go. Two of the most common New York Center attractions include the Empire State Building and Times Square. In directions.swift, we will write a function that prints the directions via subway from the Empire State Building to Times Square. First, define a function. Func. Why is this shit in minuscule, man? Insane camel cases mechanics directions to Times Square. I think the actual directories, what is it called? The actual normal is to always write functions starting with uppercase. But, oh well. This is how they are doing this, then this is probably how they do this language. And we cannot return any values. That means it is void. And this. Leave the body empty. Within the body of the function, use for prints. Statements. To output the following directions. I should just copy this. Avoid some typing errors. Let me get me stuck here a little longer. Plus I cannot type whatever this is. And nothing appears because I just created this. It's like a variable, and whenever you want to use this variable, but instead of a value, it has several. Several logics and anything we possibly want. Although of course if you just call it, it will come running at you. Ta-da! Magic. If you call it twice, it will appear twice. Ta-da! Calling a function. You literally just do as I did and put the function and the parameters, which in this case is nothing. Assume we are writing a program that holds a favorite recipe. In recipe.swift, define a function, my special recipe, that will hold the instructions for a recipe of your choice. Okay. Func my special recipe. It's void. Contain print statements with instruction. Arena special recipe. Days out of days. This is my recipe. Below the function definition, call the function and see your recipe in the terminal. My special recipe. My secret recipe. Oh, it's right. Returning a value. So my functions have been void. That's because They do something and that is it. They do something. But, oh look, it's the BME calculator thing again. I just made one again. But if you do not make the function void, you can attribute a value to it. Attributing a value gives you some problems. Here it tells me to declare fuck a fucking find BME, find BMI, and it is not void, it's a double. So if I try to run, oh, they tell me to run it, it will give me an error. I cannot actually continue without making the error. And so as you can see, the thing does not work because it has a value. It cannot be void. It has to return something. It needs to have a return statement. If you just leave it at new, it will probably work. No, it does not. You have to return something which has the same value type. In this case, you have to return a double. Why would you do that? Well, I have to put the formula here actually. Is that old formula? And height times height is squared, and it returns the value. Nothing appears because I'm not calling the function yet. But if I say a print and I call the find, BME, oh fucking god, the find BME function, it will give me a value. So as you can see, this is only the print statement, and it is printing what is being returned to me. A better way they could have shown this is by creating a variable called bbm, and that variable, instead of putting a straight value to it, it's the value of the function. And now if I just say bbm, it will give me that result. And I do not know how I will declare this here, but an int m, which equals 1. I cannot do this here. Okay, let's just move on. Yes, it's like this. It's pretty freaking retarded. But okay. Parameters and arguments. A parameter is that thing I just tried to do, but I was unaware of how the syntax works. So let us walk through. Assume we are writing a program that contains formulas we will need for the geometry regent. What the fuck is a regent? There is something here. It's probably a scholar term of something. One of these formulas is the circumference of a circle. In circumference.swift, define a function. Find circumference. Function find circumference that will accept a diameter parameter. How do I put this again? Stupid parameter shit. Parameter type. So I tried to put an int and the value m, but it's actually m and the value int. Freaking insane shit. So a diameter, it's a double. And it's not a void, it returns that same double. And then I put a return. And we return pi times the diameter. Okay. Call the function and pass a number in the argument parameters. Save this function call in the variable result. So now they are doing the thing I just mentioned. They are saving it in a variable to show how you can save the result. Find sequence. You can pass a file. Oh shit, it's not like declare a variable. Then you print it. The result. This is which it is not going because it needs to have a number. How do I pass? Side? I have to call the name? The fucking hell. I have to call the diameter if I want to pass that shit in. This is freaking insane. This might be one of the worst function calling syntaxes I have ever seen. Normal programming languages let you just pass the number because you're not going to need anything. You just pass the freaking parameter in the order they have been declared. If you want to specify, you can use this language. Furthermore, it makes no sense to specify exactly the type here when I can declare variables without using the type. So I should be able to just call it idea and call it like this. 1,000 times better. 10,000. But okay. Here we can have multiple parameters. And you just call all of them. Like no. By name. In destination.swift, set up a function. Func time to destination. Time to the final destination. That will use an airplane's speed and total distance to determine the duration of a flight. It should return int. It has two parameters. Speed and distance of type int. Within the body of the function, declare the constant time and use the following formula to assign it a mathematical expression. Time is natural distance over speed. Time is distance over speed. Fucking hell. Einstein. Einstein approves. Speed is distance over time. And if you multiply them by time, you get speed times time equals distance. And if you divide them by speed, you get time equals distance over speed. But this is still pretty freaky. Let's see. And something went wrong. I have to return the time. Assume the passenger is flying on a super jumbo jet, the A380, from Dubai to New York. Call the function and pass in the following information about the flight. The distance between Dubai and New York is those many miles. I have to print it, okay? And I have to call the function. Time to destination. And it tells first the distance is this many miles. 6,836. Pass it as the argument. I just did that. The average cruising speed. So the speed is 560 miles per hour. Pass in the speed and print all of that. The result, it's 12. All it prints is the 12 because all of these numbers are being passed inside the function. And the function is taking these numbers, oh fuck, and use them to create this constant, this variable, this constant variable called time. And it returns time. So all the print function, print is also a function if you notice, it has this thing, whatever it has here, it does some logic to show at the terminal. But all it sees is that it calls the function and it is returned by the function this. It has nothing to do with any of these numbers. It just accepts whatever it is returned to it. That's how functions work. You call it and pass in some information, it does its job and returns just the result for you. Pretty nice. Just like normal mathematical functions. Argument labels. Argument label. So you can be retarded and make a variable name for your variable parameter. Any logic. Why don't you just write it short? What it's saying is that, let's suppose you had to, instead of writing temperature, you just had to write true, to an int. This to here on this phrase would be weird, it would be hard to understand. So you better keep the temperature. But calling temperature, it's too much of a hassle. So you just define that 2 equals temperature. So instead of calling 2 here, where it would be confusing, you still call temperature. But on the function call here, you actually have to just 2. It is fucking mental, man. If it is confused you have the 2 here, how it's not to have it here? How will you know what the fuck you're actually calling? This is one of the dumbest things I have seen. But okay, that is how every language works. Only C# is perfect. Create a variable named friend list of type string. Variable friends list and string, and assign it to an empty array. Okay, shit just scaled. How do I declare an array again? Like this? No. Cannot convert the value of type any to a specific type array. Friend is equals string array equals array. Oh my god. Oh, I remember. Nah, this was for sec. Oh, it has some stupid shit around this first. Okay. Write a function named add friends. So function add friend. It should take in a parameter called friend name. It's a string. But we will create this named the argument label variable to the variable name to just be crazy. and it is void. Add friend named friend name of type string. Okay, what's wrong here? Add friend name friend name type string. It is void. That's how I did it. Is it getting annoyed about my spacing again? Or what? Parâmetro name type. Registrar como ventilador de parâmetro name. Func add friend. Oh, he's not even declaring the void shit here. Oh, okay. I did not read through, so I did not see. You can omit the void declaration if it is void. You just leave it void if it is void. In the body of add friend's name, add logic that append the parameter friend name to the friend list variable. So friends list dot insert the friend name on the list. Double check your syntax. Insert friend name, it's a string. Insert a string at the shit. That's how you do it. Public mutation function insert new element on element at location. Okay. How do I call insert function again? I'm going to insert whatever place is open, man. Append is not insert, it's freaking append. Call the add friend named method 3 times to add the following friends. So I have to call the function add friend. So I do not need the variable this time. It's not returning any value after all. I just make it add. Of course, I could just call this append and add directly, but the function could be doing a lot more. It's not easy to get the meaning of this right now, but it's essential on the future. Print the contents. Did you print the friend list array? Yes, I literally printed the friend list array. And it was wrong because I had a space. Because I had a space, it was wrong. Even though it was working. Dang, shit is getting out of control here. Omitting argument labels. It's omitted shit. So this is the thing I just mentioned. You can actually now just call by name. You can just pass the value without all that shenanigans. This is probably what everyone does. to improve readability. But having to declare this is pretty fucking stupid. It should be the default. That's what everyone should be doing. But okay. In museum.swift, we will write a program that will calculate the total entry price to the MoMA museum for a classroom field trip given the number of students and adults entering. The final function, func, museum entry. That what? Accepts a parameter, namely standard que pretende. The label is this. It is adults of type int. And also students of type int. And it returns an int value. Within the body of the function, declare the following constants representing the ticket's price. So there's a student tick constant, it is this value, and there is the adult ticket constant, it is this value. And I have to set up this expression on a constant called total. The total is ticket times the number of students plus the adult ticket times the number of adults. And now I have to return that number. Here now I can call the function. I can print. Let us say I get on my computer and now it's starting to get useful. And someone calls me and asks, well, I have 5 adults and 55 students that want to visit the museum. How much would that cost? I just insert these two numbers and I should have got the answer, but it's not. Line 15, it's here, print. Oh, museum. Well, entry, 5, unsolved, museum. Here. So it calculated the entire thing. It returns. What is this wrong, man? Are you mad? Yes, I just put this shit. Literally. Oh, I have to pass this. They have a fixed number, but as you can see, I can pass any number. Here, like down. It gives the value straight. That's the value of how they work. Returning multiple values. That's weird. I suppose it can happen. It sends back a name string auto and an auto, a name and an auto, and I publish it. It returns 3 values. That's a pretty freaking wild function. I do not know what you use that for. You would build a complex object and return that complex object instead. But okay, here it goes. As we are mainly using the print thing, we can print that thing. And you can actually even print only the thing we want. tuple. I did not learn what that's a tuple because it was in the Pro, but they offered that. In a tuple form. So that tuple is this kind of complex object with several keys and values, or whatever this is. The key is name, author, and int, and year. Anyway, here it goes. It's a complex object. In cuisine.swift, set up a function. Fun. Favorite cuisine. It returns a tuple of your favorite cuisine. Should not accept any parameters, but must return the following named variables in tuple form. So it returns a complex object which has a name, which is string, and has a dish, which is a string. Return the tuple containing information about your favorite cuisine. Have to wrap it around shit, yes. Yeah. I have to return two strings. So this is not my favorite dish, but I'm feeling like eating some feijoada right now. And there's a description. Name, dish, what's the dish? It's some black beans with pork and beef. That's pretty much it, which is an awful resume, but okay. Have to just write, you do not have to call it. Below the function declaration, invoke the function and store it in a constant. So I have to make a constant called cuisine, and it is the value returned by this function, favorite cuisine. So I just created a complex object, pretty insane. And then print my favorite, it's not my favorite though, cuisine.name, dish is cuisine.dish. Complex object invoked successfully. So as you can see, this variable is not a single value. It has several values, and the keys that identify these values are these. So this function is actually a constructing function, because you should usually pass that name and thing, and it would create an object with those characteristics. Then you can call, what would happen if I put print cuisine? Well, it print the entirety of the object. And of course, if you put cuisine.name, it will print just the name. And so, that's how a complex object works. It has several characteristics, like your name, your age, the place you are born, and you can call them separately or call the entire object with it. This function then is the maker of this complex object, which here is just called tuple. Implicit return. Swift version 5.1, released in February 2020, includes a newly supported feature of functions known as implicit return. It exists in very other programming language and aids in shortening the code with a function. What the fucking hell am I seeing? So the name says it all. The return is implicit. Instead of telling, well, return this, you are just freaking letting the code outside with no context whatsoever, and the compiler somehow interprets this as the return. Well, there is some crazy code, some crazy number out of nowhere, so I'm just going to interpret that as a return. And that's freaking insane. But here we go. In reminder.swift, declare a function. Find a reminder that we've accepted two int parameters. The dividend is an int, and the divisor, which is an int, and it returns int. We can the function return the arithmetic expression dividend module divisor using the return keyword. So I'm explicit, I'm returning. Call the function in past tense for dividend. Wrap it in a print. So print define the reminder result as a dividend. The divisor. And you can see it's 2. The reminder of 10 for is 2. Remove the keyword and it still works correct. So there is some crazy numbers here in the middle of the code. I'm just going to pass it as the return. What should be implicit is this sheet, but it's not any language. Default parameters. Just as the name say, is that thing I just tried to do before. It's to have a parameter with a default value. In ticket.swift, write a function, booking ticket, that you return a string containing booking information for an upcoming train trip. Booking ticket should accept the following parameters. So function booking ticket, and it returns a string. Contains booking information for the ticket. It should accept the following parameters. Show. So it should have a passenger name, which is a string, and the default value of your name. So the passenger is me. And it should have a seat class, which is also a string and has the default value of economy. I'm an economy class user. And it should have a time of departure, which is an int and has no value. Within the function, return the following string, where the brackets are to be replaced with the correct string interpolation syntax. What is it? Passenger name. Passenger. Seat class and time. Okay, it crashed. There's some type somewhere. Booking, ticket, passenger name. I did not check if this was how to actually do it. Tip is string equals stretch. Yes, it should be like this. Perhaps it has something to do with the space. Oh, it says the errors in line 3 and 6. Use of undeclared type int. Oh, I missed that part. Call the function and pass. Call the function in a print. Looking ticket. So when we call the function now and we pass a 9, let me take this here. When you pass a 9 to the function, it actually comes with the name and the economy. I can specify not put a 9 like a normal person. I have to do this. That's what they want. It's the passenger's lucky day and they get a city class upgrade to business class. On the following line, call the function passing in business for the city class parameter and 9 for the time of departure parameter. Wrap this function call in a print statement. So the string is already 5 over there, but if I want, I can change it. So business class. This way, I can call the function with several different modes. These are called overrides. So I can call this function with this, or I can call it with the 3 parameters. If there was a default time, I could call just the pure function if it would return me a pure value. And so the function changes what it does based on my override of it. My override call. Variadic parameter. So variadic parameter. It's an array. It accepts several types. Let me see. In the code editor, we will run a function, average song length. So function average song length that you calculate the average duration of 10 Eurovision songs from the 2019 contest in Israel. The function should accept a time variety parameter of type int times int. How do I do this again? Just put a reticence at the end. Ellipsis. The function should return a value of type int, and it returns an int. Within the body of the function, we will set up a for in loop to iterate over each element in times. Determine the average. First, declare a variable. Let's set it 0. Variable total equals 0. Below the variable, set a for in loop to iterate over times. Name the placeholder time in times. Within the body, use the plus to add and reassign the value of time to total. So total plus equal time. Below, the for in loop return the for expression. I can literally just leave this out and be open and it will interpret count. Oh, the total is something, and I will divide by the how many songs I got. It crashed. Do you want to have a specific return? Why? Just taught me how to, that if I leave crazy numbers in the open, it will return automatically. Implicit. Finally call the function with the following values 4 times. To call it, yes, I need print average song length times. And it puts all these numbers together and divided by, well, how many numbers there are. In-out parameters, so you can change the actual variable that went in. You need the famous out with the hitbox of some race. Okay. Many buildings throughout New York have power generators used for backup during power outages. In the code editor, set up a function. Set up a function. Yeah, set up a function. Let you determine whether a building's power generator should be switched on. Define the function generators that you accept a power outage, which is a generation. You also accept an in-out parameter. Name this stage, it's just put an in-out again. In-out battery color in-out string. It's a state in-out string like this. The function should not return any values, and I can make that implicit. The void. Within the function body, create an if-else statement that access the Boolean value. So if they pass the power, the sensor passes the power as on or off. If it is true, its state should go on. It's a string. Else state goes off. So if there's a power outage, you turn it on. If power is flowing normally, there is no outage. You switch the state of the generator off. So this will be put on a sensor, and the sensor could tell this. So the sensor would call this every time there was a change and pass in this Boolean value if it feels the power is on or if the power turned it off. And so it will change its own state, because when you change this, the actual state in-out changes. So here, assume you have traveled back in time to August 14, 2003, the first day of the Northwest blackout of 2003, and you need to switch on those generators immediately. Following the function body, invoke the generator function. just invoke it, not inside. Print a value, okay. Generators functions. For the power touch parameter, pass the argument. And for the state parameter, the argument should be any current generator. This function execute and then modify the value of the current generator as needed. Why do I have an end? And they pass it as an end. Necessitates that freaking end. So the state once again tells that it is the in and out parameter. And then print just the state. So on a real machine, this will be tied to the sensor, as just said. And the state will be the same thing, but these should be available like sensor. Oh shit. These should be available like sensor. And so every time the sensor changes it, it would call this line. So it will change its own state like this. Because whatever variable is passed, in this case it will be passed its own state. So it is changed inside the function. Normally, when you pass some value, it's just a value. It just does something. But on this case, you can actually change the value by changing the parameter received. And that is it for the what was changing? Functions. Parameter name, things. As I said, this is kind of a dumb layout. There should be no labels. They should automatically implicitly go that way. The implicitly return is confusing. But overall, it's a pretty standard and actually somewhat organized language to do functions in. The next part is structures. Should I read this or is it too much? A collection of data types. That's how they define array sets and dictionaries. Cool. A struct. The complex object I was referring, but a structure is not exactly that. But okay. This is the basic structure. And they just made one structure. Here they made a structure but they call the structure with one less level. And here they call the structure with one more level. So it's like a function to build objects, like that construct I just mentioned, but it's different here. It has the built-in keyword extract for a dog. So this dog has an age and he's bad. He's bad. Gods are always bad. Here we go. Create a structure named book. Without any properties. Extract book. Pretty simple. Well, it is not. Well, how do you define again? Extract extract. Look, yes. Oh, it has no assignment. It's just the layout. C uses some 4 kinds of this shit, man. People do not use them so often. But they are good for dealing with switch states. And here, book has 2 properties. It has a variable title, which is a string. If you don't assign any shit. It has a variable pages, which is a name. Cool. And you can also assign default values. Why did they erase me? Now let's call my variable title string again. And let us call the pages imp. And it ends the teaching again. The fuck? And so you can create an instance, which is like this. Exactly like calling a function. Just call a function, or now you just call a function. An instance of book and save it to a variable called my favorite book. So the variable my favorite book is a call of the buck extraction. Did not pass anything. What the fuck, man? Oh, look at these lessons. They have nothing to say, so they're just skipping through. Here, my 5 buckets in existence. And I can print shit out. I should not have altered it. There is nothing though. It has only the default value. No, it has a lot more than that. So, as I'm defining this variable, I can call the pages here. When I call it, how is it? Where is the fuck? Things the values of pages. Do you mean I should declare it down here or should I call? You are confusing me now, God. It worked, but that's not what I meant. Fuck me dead. They want me to manually change the number of pages like this. Yes. While we are at it, let's give it a title. So I can just do this again and change the information. So this my favorite book has several kinds of information on it. Kaiho is my favorite book ever. Not even compared to anything else. Holy shit, so amazingly good. That's my favorite book, not a title. The init method. Actually, do not need this. I just made it like age normal without this init method explicitly declared. But okay. The book parameter create an init method. For no fucking reason. I'm not making a, how is that called again? A singularity. How was it again? A singleton. Here I have a title. init method, it has two parameters, a title, which is a string, and pages with this ink. And I failed. I have to self-assign. What the fuck? I'll create the instance of book. Name it the Hobbit. Variable the Hobbit. And for it, you call fuck function and pass the title. Gives the rabbit and pages. Pages. Represented. If I print the Hobbit, it will show us. Yes, has a lot of things. But if I push Deji book called book has sheets numbering. Opa, I made a mistake. It is book dot pages, and this instead is the book variable. And let us call this the cheat house. It has a little more, I think, like this. The book called the cheat house has sheets numbering 4000. Now let's erase this shit. And it works the same way because this method is literally useless. Why did I write this? As you can see. But you are explicit for some freaking reason. Member-wise initialization. You can initialize it from the get-go, naturally. We do not need it, of course. You could use the init method to have some logic, like an if statement on the assignment. If the value is too big, you do not want it to go over that value. So if the dog has 15 age, that's impossible. So you could put an init with an if age is over 50, then age equals 30. Else, age is normal. Whatever they put. You can put some logic on the init. So that is this reason for using it. But the way they show here, they showed here, was nonsense. Anyway, here we go. Create a struct called band. Struct band. It's 3 sheets. It has a gen, which is a string. It has members, which is int, and it has an active boolean. And it crashed. Why do you even cast a variable if it's a freaking random variable, not hard cast? Under the structure definition, create an instance of band called marons. The variable marons is a band, so it inherits from the band structure. It is a pop 5 true band, but that does not work. I have to explicitly bullshit my life. there. There. I'm going to print it just because I had the trouble of making it. There. It works. It's a bag. Extract methods. It is an object because it's a fucking class object. You can even call methods in. So you can have an init. As you can see, this is literally a function. It's calling shit. And you can make it do anything else. Create an instance method inside band called pumpUpCrowd. So a function here. An instance method, man? What the fuck is an instance method? It's a function. It is a pumpUpCrowd. So I make this function, which you also can call a method. Some languages call shit a method, others call it function. It seems they are calling methods if it's inside a constructor of an object here, but whatever. It has no parameters and it returns a string. Inside the method, return an empty string. Now inside the body of the method, self is active equals true. Whatever is calling this, the base, the original, no, it's not a base, it's self. How is it called again? Let's see. I forgot, it has been a while since I programmed. But it sets itself active. Whatever variable is calling it. If it evaluates to true, what? It's an if. I'm not setting, I'm checking. Okay. So if it's true that they are active, then you return. Are you ready to rock? Actually, not even need to write or else. If it is returned, it's going to leave the function anyway. It cannot run this if it is true. Oh, fuck me dead. You cannot put a return inside an if, can you? Because if the if does not run either way, it breaks the fucking thing. Pump crowd up. Pump up crowd. Oh, I should have done this. Okay, you can actually put this here. Insane. Now I create an instance. It's a variable called the Foo Fighters. And it's a band. It has a band at the genre of rock. It needs to be case sensitive, although they do not seem to require it. Its members are 6. It's active by the name of David Grau. Print out the returned value. Print Foo Fighters dot pump up crowd. Since they are active, it's printed that. If I set the band to inactive, it will print something else. And naturally, you cannot just print the pump up crowd by itself. Because pump up crowd does not exist, it is not a public method. The only way you can get a pump up crowd call the only way you can access this method, is by having an existing band, and only a band can use this. If you have this dog function, if you have a buck function, the book cannot use the pump up crowd, because they do not have even a self-active characteristic. They do not have what it takes to use this. So it is something only this object can call. So that's the building up of objects. Each not only have their own self variables and parameters, they also have their own functions. The only special things they can do. They own special things. Mutating. That's the overwriting of the method. So this is extremely stupid. You cannot change your own property, like I almost did with that self-active, unless you put a mutate in front of it. It is just nonsense. If you are trying to change shit, you should be able to change shit. But you have to explicitly tell that you want to change shit twice. Not just by writing the thing that you are changing shit, but also putting beforehand that you are going to change something inside. Anyway, in the band structure, let's create the basis of our mutating method. The mutating function should be called change the gen. Has a single parameter, it's the new gen. It's a string. And it returns a string. It returns an empty string also. So something fun is happening here. The band can no longer just call the method. It has to call the method and pass some information. It will not run by itself. And with that information, it will do something. And we are getting really to the key of objects and everything that you have seen so far. Now, to fill in the body of the method inside the body of change.gen, assign a self.gen equals the new gen just passed, and return the self.gen. Under the declaration of journey, create a variable named band's new gen and call change.gen on journey with the argument new gen rock. Then print out band's new gen to see the changed value. That is really roundabout, but here we go. Create this variable for no reason. And call journey.change.gen the new gen equal rock. Then print out band's new gen. This shows you that this rock got all the way from here to here, but I think that was probably retarded way to show this. Better way to show this would be to print journey. Journey.change. Now print, or let's put here g rock equals rock, and let's put this function like this. Now, if I print the first journey, it will tell it's gen. But if I use this to call journey, changing its gen, I can pass the rock and it will change its gen to rock. And if we print journey itself, it will have the new gen. Okay, shitty crash. Resolved identified. Oh. So here it prints. Oh, let's print this again just to show it fully. What is happening. Here we have a just band. Why is this shit doing this? We have a just band. It's the gen, it has memory, it's active. It has no name, man, the fuck? And as we call the function, it changed the gen. So it's now a rock band, it's still 5 members and it's still active. And in this way, we could put a string here, we could put anything. The cool thing is this capacity to call a chain. Now, let us say that instead of this, if it was not a mutated function, it has to be mutated. Let us say that instead of the new gen, you actually null, and there is no return at all. Null does not exist as new. Okay, gen equals new. You can no longer pass this. Yeah. Crash it. You cannot make a string type to be equal new. Fuck me there. So here, I actually deleted the gen. So let's call this remove gen instead. So here, journey is calling on itself a function to remove the gen. Of course, you do not need to call this shit inside a function. Does not even make sense actually. You can call just journey by itself and tell it to remove its gen. What will happen now? If I just print journey normally, and then I call to remove its gen and then print it afterwards. It's a just band with 5 inactive, and now it's a band with no gen, 5 members, and active. So what it did was remove the gen. It removed that variable. So it's no different from the remove and remove all thing on every array, on the dictionary, on the set. They too are just this kind of thing. They're just complex objects. And so you can call their functions. That function is private to them. You have to be inside them. You have to be using an array to call an array function. Just like now, you have to be using this complex object to call its function. So whenever you put an array, whenever you put an int.random dot anything, it's a function written inside of it, inside the complex object that is that variable type. And I find that is a very valuable lesson. And these courses do not usually teach you that. You have to learn it much later. And here, as I just said, it's actually a type. The type of is a function that exists within the language, and if you call the type of some variable, it will tell you the type of the variable. An int, a string, or in this case, a complex structure. The type is a dog, and it's the fucking type. So here, let us see type in use in a long code. Use a printf statement to print out the value of type of journey. type of the journey, which is just another function somewhere within the language saved. It will give you the type bang. Caralho. Type of journey. Oh, I did a print first. It's a bang. It's a complex type. If okay, create another variable bts explicitly type it as bang and assign to it an instance of band with the properties. So the variable bts equals a band. It is gen is keep up. It is members 7 and its active is true false. And they are both bands. What the fuck? Explicit, implicit, explicit. Create another variable bts explicit type has band and assign to it an instance of band with the properties. If you want me to do what the fuck? You want me to do this, just this. BTS base variable BTS is a and equals a band. This is what you want me to do. Oh, what the fuck is that? It has what is the image function? There's no basic value, man. What does this mean me to do then? There's a variable BTS, okay, it's a band, okay. It started as a band. With no information. Ah, fuck, motherfucker. What? Well, this is very weak. I have no idea what they're actually telling me to do. They're not informing me anything, implicitly doing any shit here. They want me to do this, instead of doing this, they want me to do on a more roundabout way. It's a pen, okay. You cannot use this scope at all. Freaking band. I need to work it now. It was not working before me. Ah, fucking hell is wrong with this game. This game. Anyway, it was trying to tell me something stupid. This does not work because there is no value inside of it. It's also teaching us to make a complex text structure. So you can create pets, and pets, your pet will be a dog or a cat. And your dog or cat will have some characteristics too. And it's teaching us that they are value types. In Darwin.Swift, under the created ground finch, create another variable called cactus finch that has the value of ground finch. Variable cactus finch, and it is the ground finch. Okay. Ground finch is a finch, which is a ground finch. I also made a French here, that kind of sucks. Oh, it worked now. I had an extra air. Assign the cactus finch next location to cactus. And now I call cactus finch and assign the location somehow. So freaking how. Dot next location equals it's freaking cactus. Daddy boy. Bore down. If he had gone to Hawaii, could find a lot more than finches to judge. Time to check the values and confirm that only cactus finch location changed. Add a print statement and print out. Cactus finch next location. In a separate print, output the value of the ground finch. So the cactus and the other one is still on the batch. So I made a copy, I made it equal to this one, but afterwards change it. Although there is usually a private or protected or some shit like this. Private set public get. The private set will make it impossible to set. The only way to set will be from the inside if you actually use this init thing to set it. And the public get means anyone can get it, which of course can be restricted afterwards. They do not seem to have gone through other details, but this is the basic bottom structures. Instead of just using the basic types and a shitty ton of them, you can organize them all inside a single structure on your code. If you are writing about books, you do not need to save the variable, let's say, title book 1, title book 2, title book 3, pages book 1, pages book 2, pages book 3, and then organize them all. Or perhaps do a title array. And on index 1, index 2, and index 3 have things, pages, index 0, 1, and 2, and then make the correspondence later. The easy way is to create an object. The object, the structure called book, has page and title. And so you just call a book by its title and get whatever you want from that variable, which is pretty nice. Not pretty nice, it's essential if you're trying to program anything. And above that, we have classes. What we did was pretty much classes, but okay. They are showing it on a different light now. So far, we have used several data types. We have even created our own type, extract. And the del construct template for an object is a class. So it's basically everything I said, but it's more expensive now. They feel and behave very similarly, but they have some quirks that extract do not do, like inheritance can inherit from another class. It's almost like that using a type of another structure inside, but well, there it inherits. It capacities of some other class. Classes are reference instead of extraction. There is some niche difference in that. The thing with inheritance, we are about to see some polymorphisms and inheritance. That pet class over there probably could not do anything about the dog. The dog did not inherit anything from the pet class, nor had it any ability. And you're probably going to see that. You can read that having an X-student class here, but since we are building our own, there's not much reason to read. Yeah, unless you have no idea what you're doing, what you like. The example first. But anyway, here we build a class now, and it's a restaurant class. As the properties. So as you can see, the X structure is the same. You put an X structure here and the name, and here you put a class and the names. It's also with variables. It has a name. It wants me to make a default name. Dot type. Dot type? What the fuck is a dot type? Dot rating. Oh, it's a string. It's an array of string. Type. It's a string array. How do I declare a string again? If you probably crash and then I will fix it. Rating is a double. And the variable delivery is a boolean. With the string. Oh. Something like that. Oh, fuck that. What? It was actually right before. Must have consistent white space on both sides, man. Get the fuck it. And only on this part. Kills me. Give the restaurant class. Given the restaurant class, we now want to use it to model a restaurant called Bobby Burgers. Create an instance of it and name the variable Bobby Burgers. The Bobby Burgers variable, exactly like this structure. You should not use structure this class. It's a restaurant. And a restaurant called the name. The name is Bob Burgers. That's all they say. What the fuck? Argument passed to call that takes no arguments. To call that takes no argument. How do you call this shit again? For the love of God. Okay. Actually, did not go so well. I have to modify manually, man. Show me how to actually do this. the right way first. The types of it, the tags it has, is burgers and fast food. So on an application, if you display this name, if you use these tags, and if you display the rating, and to display if it delivers or not. One by one, ouch. And you can make an init method. The same shit as before. Does not require it. Should have the same class name. That's stupid. Init is dumb. Why could I not do this before? The structure has this ability and the class, which is superior, does not. Oh my god. That's why I hate seeing the syntax of new languages. No language can come close. C#. Init. Okay, text parameters. And the delivery, which is a boolean. Uy, 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 uy. Delivery. Because delivery. And it crashed. Because I put a minus here. Crashed again because I did something else that they did not like so much. Why? Yes, that's how I put it. Type, name, rating, delivery. I'm typing it slowly, man, but it still makes mistakes. Damn. It's probably this shit. It crashes with the surrounds. Is the rating the third parameter? Yes, the rate is the third parameter. It's a freaking bubble in the third parameter. Self.rate. It hates itself. And it works because I put some freaking spaces here out of hell. Man, this language sucks. Apple sucks in general, so it's the only fitting. Anyway, here a variable de la ratatouille, which is a restaurant, if you believe me. Alright. As you can see by the name, La Ratatouille. La Ratatouille and its type obviously is French. Let me put some spaces, because fuck me there. This looks so bad, man. Restaurant. Fun games. All for properties, one by one. Oh, fuck me there. It's a complex object, it's not an array. It does not print everything it has. Yeah, that's only right. I agree with this one. Oh, false. And inheritance is one important difference between using those sheet structures and using a class. As you can see, we can put things inside of it just like an structure. And it's even worse to define one to call an instance of it. But this inheritance thing changes all. For example, given an order class that stores information about a food order with the following properties and methods, that one up there, it has these 4 characteristics and has this function. Let's define a new delivery order class for it. So we make a class with this delivery order, and it inherits from order. And it includes a new delivery order. It includes a new property called delivery fee. It has a default value of 0.2. That was all I had to say about that. They did no use, just presented it. And there is also overriding methods. Let us override this. Let's take a look at the order superclass and the delivery order subclass. Again, something is missing in the new recipe. The newly added delivery fee. Inside the new delivery order class, override the print recipe method to include the delivery fee so that the receipt look like this. So these things about inheritance, which is being basically explained here, is that everything this order class has, this one has. So here he's declaring an order, delivery order. He made a delivery order, he can define what he wants, the events, the everything. It's an actual delivery order, it's not an order. But still it has every characteristic an order has, and even has the delivery fee, which the father does not. However, when print the recipe, when calling this function, the order function, it prints out this. It needs a different function. It needs to override the father function. I still want this thing. I still want to follow the same logic. At the end, print the function. But since this is not a normal order, it's a son of it, then I want it to print differently. Namely, tip delivery tip is based on the delivery fee. And it's delivered. So now the recipe looks different before. There's a function missing there. You can tell exactly what is missing. It's out of line. You can literally see that. Here. It evokes. And without this function, it will just call the old one. So this means after an order end, regardless if it's a normal order or if it's a delivery order, it will call the recipe, it will call for the recipe. And so you need that same recipe function. But if the delivery order, you want it to be a little different. It's the same function basis. It's the same call, the same logic here. But it is the order of the daughter. Because this can accept either the father or the son, the inherited thing. It's polymorphic with respect to that. And the structure could not do that. You saw that a pet could have a cat or a dog within its things, but the dog did not get anything from the pet, could not inherit from it. But here they do. And that's basically the entire reason to have classes. To build complex objects and to have them inheriting shit. And here is another thing. You do not copy it. If you assign things, they will not just get the value. They will become that new object thing. So any change that you make to it will affect the original too. Just like that out, in, out thing. So let's see how they present this here. Let's return to our order example. Suppose there is a technical difficulty and one of the orders, order 1, did not go through and the customer has been waiting. Create a new variable called orders3 and copy orders 1 into it. Assign order3.total a value of 0 because we should ask the customer to pay again. So I make an order3 variable and it's just order 1. Okay. However, in orders 3, I'm not going to repay for it. So the total is 0. Use of unreserved identified order. Create order 3 and copy order 1 into it. Did I misread some shit? Variable equals this shit. Then change. That's what I did. Line 20 here. It's here the error. Order. Oh, there's no order. Let's see. Okay. We retarded. Yes, I'm calling it right now. It's 8. This is an 8. And now if you print out the total, it will not be this total specified here. Because order 1 was also changed by this. That's the difference between the reference type and the value. The value type, you just pass the value and that's over. But the reference type, reference to the same space into the RAM. Oh my god. It's order 8. And they are both 0. And if you bring this here from before, you can see it had a value. But when I change order 8, it also changed the other one. They became the same object. Both order 8 and order 1 are the same variable. And if I make a change, it will change both. And now we have this skill of classes. Dear Lana, congratulations! You have officially finished the last Swift language lesson of this course. Give yourself a big pat on the back, because you have come so far in this journey, and you should be very proud of yourself. By giving this letter back to you, we hope that you will hold on to the old you that was first learning how to write a plenty statement. The you that was curious and spirited. The you that was ready to tackle the world. We hope that with the Swift at your side, you will build something that can impact the world in a very positive way. Take care and love you. This language probably sucks, and I was right. Not so bad though, but nah. It's not some C. And up next. So, if you have Pro, it will take some more time, although I have 100% now. There are these projects, you can build a productive formula, a piggy bank. It's very basic, but it lets you learn a lot more than the basic part of it, just straight the concepts. But this is how they work. Now let me show you my actual screen. Just some scripts to show you some actual class. I was not very satisfied with that. How was it called? What the fuck was it called? The inheritance part of it. And all of that about why would you use a class at all. And for that, let me take this persona, for example. Persona is a person. This, it's not Swift, but it's basically the same thing. I have a public class called persona, and this is the init method. It has a string with its none. It has also a last name. It has a gender, a race actually, and it has some stats: strength, dexterity, life point, has intelligence, has wisdom. And on the same way, I call it on Primo. Yeah. In the same way, I'm actually logging it, so I'm not calling it straight. As you can see, if I call it a variable of it, in this case the variable is home. Here, I call a variable of the persona class. And so the persona class, you do this and you create the stats. So this is a RPG character. It has life, it has all the stats it needs to interact with the world. And Mechanici. When you come here at the mechanics of the game, let's go down to a function. This is a movement function, Spartan. A momentum of an object. Let's see one that takes a character. Here, it takes a person here, it takes a character to run this function. And when you run this function, it's ego. Here, ego.sum, ego.tempus, ego.cognomen. It is texting if this passed character is the one being used. It's utilizing my character stats. At what time is my character in? What verb, that means what power did my character uses? What is the enemy? What is the name of the target? Where is he? So that's why you would make a class and a structure. Because you put all those characters into a single guy. The next time you want to make another character in the game, you just spawn another variable of that same class. That structure. And naturally, besides all these things, you have all your actual structure, all your functions. When you call this function, you can save your character. When you call a function to act, to move, to do anything, it will come from this class. Now about a weapon or an object. A weapon is also an object. Or agenda. Here is the agenda part. Agenda can be human, can be orc, can be a vampire, can be a dwarf. They are all agenda. And regardless of gender, they all build the character the same way. They all do a body measurement. So they inherit the same characteristics. And so an elf, a human, gender, an elf, it inherits from the gender class. To do shit. Oh, it's not inherit. But here, region, a region. A place in the world needs a name, it needs an ID, it needs a time it opens and a time it's closed. And it needs to have several things in there. But it's spawned, and this every region has, regardless if it's a forum that's a market which inherits from the region. So here I have the init function of it, but the init function does not have the self-assignment because it does not need to. The dead is on the region and it's being inherited from it. And here, so I just passed it straight, and if I want to change, I can. Furthermore, it has its own versions of overrides and difference. A taverna is also a function, an inn. A city is also a region. They all inherit from the same class. They all have the same basic movement functions. They all have name and IDs. So they all inherit from the same one, but they have their own characteristics. And I hope this example, oh fuck, I did not mean to save, did I save it? I hope this example can help understand that, because they did not go very well in any of that. If you search for Java, Java is a lot more common. Intermediate, the normal one that just gives it to you. They keep adding things. So here, they have an entire lesson on inheritance and polymorphism. So the syntax is a little different, but you can learn it all here the same way. About the concepts of languages and arrays and loops and conditionals. These are basically part of every language. And oh, people are talking to me on Twitch. Okay, it's this. So every language will share all these characteristics, and just the syntax is a little different. And C#, that one just saw, is the best one. So peace, this took 5 hours. It's way longer than what I thought. I thought I was be done with this in 1 hour. The site changed a little, it actually had it had a estimative for how long it took to do a course, but it seems they took it out. Still 5 hours is not slow if you are explaining things as you go. And this is the basic of programming. After this, you just need some practice and learning what methods, what functions does the libraries you are using, the program you are using have. But the logic is based all upon these basic factors.